Good afternoon, everybody. So, another out of schedule stream of mine. Starting already in the early afternoon. I do have some spare time at the moment. So, why not doing something meaningful with it and stream? So, you might expect me to do U-boat, and in the evening I am gonna do U-boat. Just as usual, but this afternoon I still like to continue our nice run on DayZ, one modded and handmade map of DayZ. So bad news is that our raft is gone. So yesterday we stopped here, we stopped by, and we had a raft and a Zodiac actually, and I hoped that it was still there. Usually the game is persistent, so it might be that a guy has been around taking the boat, taking our boat. Yeah, this is actually where I want to go. That oil rig. And yeah, yesterday it was getting late and later, so I decided to stop, and I had to go to bed. But that bore the risk of losing the boat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna swim, but it's quite some swim. It would be so great if we had a Zodiac somewhere. But, yeah, maybe it's naive to think that I might find a boat. Yeah, we are not on the mainland, we are on one of the smaller northwestern islands, northwest of the DayZ mainland. And I think these islands are pretty deserted, mainly. So let's have one walk around the island, just to be sure that there is no lone rubber boat somewhere ready just for waiting for us to pick it up. And well, by this we could already start also to plan our retreat. So when we are gonna loot the oil rig, by swimming there, we also have to figure out how we get away afterwards. Yeah, I think in-game it's around lunchtime, isn't it? When I started, I think it was, let me check, what time is it on the server? Okay, it's approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And the server is relatively lowly populated. But that's quite some disappointment. Usually the game, DayZ, is pretty persistent. And I was hoping that this was also about the rafts. But of course, it might be that a player had come along meanwhile and took the raft. This is also pretty high probability. Yeah, when you log off and go to bed, life goes on the servers. Beautiful colors there on the beach. So there is the next island. Which is also in swimming reach, I would say. And this one as well. Yeah, let's check the map briefly. Yeah, I think we are close to that most northern oil rig. And so we are probably on that island to the southeast. Yeah. And over there, that's the mainland. Quite a swim to reach it. Yeah, I have no idea about the spawn mechanisms of the zodiacs, of the rubber boats. And also not about the despawn mechanisms, actually. Let's just have a look at the center of the island, but I'm pretty sure that it is completely empty. I mean, except for forest. But maybe let's briefly reach the highest point and see if there is something. Yes, a feeding shack. With the CR. Earlier in the game I found a mag for the CR. But I'm not sure, was it this one? Maybe it was, I should have checked. Maybe it was a mag for the CR marksman's rifle. Yeah, but however, I'm perfectly fine with the two guns that I have. We could just check if there is rounds in it. Yeah, you see, we still have a bit of food. map once more. Yeah, I'm not quite sure on which of the two islands east of that northern oil rig we are. Yeah, we are warm and we are getting warmer. The sun beats down in the early afternoon upon us, and obviously we are wearing too much clothing. But yeah, at the moment I'm not worried, because sooner or later we are gonna have a swim, which is gonna cool us down decently. And there we are. That's the oil rig. So probably we are on the northern of the two islands. Let's get the map to the ready bar. Okay, it's gonna be a swim. So this will take a little while, and we are gonna be cooling down considerably. By the way, I'm just having an eye on my stamina, and the stamina bar is less than half, so I'm carrying just too much rubbish. Since we found that backpack, we do have plenty of I'm gonna have to check later how to dive. See, our body temperature is down to blue by now and still dropping. We can just hope that there is nobody on the rig, or he would be in a wonderful position to shoot us from up there, while we can't do anything about it from the water. That's where we came from. My gut feeling tells me that we are more than half through the distance. Oh shit. Oh no, it's just shadows. I thought I saw some movement there, but it's just shadows being cast on that camouflage container. The good thing is you would hear just any boat approaching. I'd recognize it by the noise. Somewhere there is a platform to get onto the rig from the water. Yeah, while swimming you're completely defenseless. Hey Nico, nice to have you in. How are you doing? Yes, I did the swim, so the disappointment after respawn was that our rubber raft was not there anymore. It despawned, or maybe it was taken by another player meanwhile, while we were offline. So... wow. So we had to take a swim. This was actually the shore over there where we left the game yesterday. Yeah, me too, I'm fine. Yeah. I am relatively relaxed, so while the last months for me were pretty stressy at work, quite a lot to do right now, it's a bit relaxed. I can call it a day relatively early, as you see, and yeah, I still couldn't do holidays right now, so my family, my wife is doing a little tour with the kids, and so I'm all alone at home. It's, of course, on the one hand, it's quite a pity that I couldn't join them, but on the other hand, it's sometimes enjoyable to have the home just for yourself and just live the day. All right. Interesting. Now, could we climb up here? I think this would not bring us completely up. Okay, these ladders are not to be used. This one either. So we have to swim a bit further. I guess that we can... yeah, okay, there is this ramp. This is where we are gonna have to go for. Yeah, no horror sounds, yep. Yeah, that's great. Very kind of you to join. Yeah, I said it before. In the evening, I'm gonna do my regular U-boat stream. But for today, this is another out of ordinary schedule streams, and so I do my old love, which is DayZ. Yeah, not so much because of the horror. Actually, I don't like horror games, which sounds a bit weird if I say so while playing DayZ. But for me, DayZ is not a horror game. It's a survival game and an apocalypse game. So I love this scenario. I mean, let me say, I'm fascinated by this scenario of civilization having gone down, and you have to survive somehow with the means that are remaining. And that's what I love this game for. So, from my point of view, it's definitely not a horror game. Yeah, I also never loved horror movies much. Oh, can I get through there? Yes. Yeah, temperature is completely down, but we are where we're gonna be. I've only, yeah. Later I'm gonna check. Yeah, let me check right now. How can I dive? Let's go for the options and the controls. Keybinds, character, combat, vehicle, gestures. Dive settings, okay. Okay, numpad 2 and numpad 8. Okay, alright. And now diving would be like that. Now here you see we have a certain amount of breath. And if we are out of breath, I'm not sure if we are starting to lose health then, or if we are gonna die instantly. Hey, weight loss. Good afternoon. I'm always inclined to say good evening, because it's so unusual for me to stream at that time. Pleasure to have you in. How are you doing? Yeah, you see me swimming, and it's a pity, but the Zodiac that we had, it despawned. It wasn't there anymore, so I'm not sure. It might have despawned, although most things in this game are pretty persistent. So I guess it's maybe not that it just despawned, but maybe just another player came along and took it. Oh, oops. Hey. Oh man, how do we go up? Ha, shit. The stairway is broken. Ah, come on. So is there a ladder somewhere? Did Did I miss a ladder? Just check these pillars. Or is this the oil? Of course, it might also be possible that you could only reach the oil rig via heli. But let's check it. Yeah, we are freezing, but as we are well fed and well hydrated, might be that it is alright and that we are not running too much risk. There. And maybe we are relatively healthy and are not prone to to catch a cold. Hey, skill time. Nice to have you in. Through the boat? Don't quite see what you mean. You mean the ship there, or you mean that you actually need a boat? I think we can climb up there. Fingers crossed that it's gonna work. Yeah, by the way, great to have you in the chat, Skill Time. And I always love to welcome new people and, yeah, people sharing the chat and not just watching. They make me particularly happy. Okay, I wasn't aware that you could also go via the ship, but I think we should... come on. Come on. Maybe you're right. Okay, we did it. We could... A few seconds I thought you were right. It pretty much felt like I couldn't reach up, but it did work. I actually once visited this platform here not too long ago, but then I came with the boat. Hey, come on. Yeah, survival. I play the game without too much of a plan. Okay, a compressor. But yeah, in the back of my mind, I actually do have this storyline. So last time I was here on that platform, I found this receiver, this underwater signal receiver, and I'm kind of hoping to find it again. Yeah, Deer Isle is a great map. Yeah, sorry, I'm staying to English. You already heard by my accent that I'm German. But yeah, I used to do this stream completely in English because we do have quite a few people from other countries, and I usually stream late night, so local time, 12 o'clock and later, and then also a lot of people from the US used to come in, and so this is why I keep that stream English only. What is this? An aviation toolbox? Okay, I'm not gonna carry that with me. Although it probably is pretty useful if you want to get a helicopter running or something. But I never tried that. I really can't remember that I ever ran into a working heli. Or, I mean, not just a wrecked heli, I mean. So here we are, eerie noises. So skill time? Sounds like you are an experienced DayZ player, aren't you? By the way, there is this kind of garage something, but maybe I can't get there on the back side of the building. Nope. No experiments. 2 streams ago I actually fell down a ladder. I was actually on one of these buildings here. It was this same live, just in-game 2 days ago. And I went to a military area. It was Paris Island. And then I was suddenly set up, attacked, ambushed by 4 or 5 zombies, and there was even a stag zombie with them. And so I retreated on the roof and I shot 3 of them. The 4th one was too far away, so I didn't get him a headshot. I just tanked 2 bullets into its chest. But it didn't make any difference. And then I fell off the ladder. Luckily, he didn't recognize and left me alone, and so I could get away. So I'm a bit worried. Military mountain boots. What's better, military mountain boots, or what do we have here? Assault boots. They are damaged already, so makes perfect sense to switch. Here we are. Okay, yeah, all right. Namalsk, yeah. I kind of like Namalsk and the challenge, but I usually don't play Namalsk. It's a relatively small map, and yeah, for me, my taste, just too much PvP. I prefer more the survival aspect of the game. I mean, part of the game is that constant thrill that there might be people who just want to shoot you, but I prefer larger servers where people distribute a bit better and you don't have that high probability of running into evil Knievels. Okay. Yeah, I quite love DayZ, and I'm so fascinated that it was created just by this guy in his free time, by John McLean. What do we have there? Wiring harness. This is something that you need for a heli, but come on. I mean, just can't carry all that stuff with me. Junker AKM. KAM mag. So what is the ammo for that one? Okay. Let's keep the ammo. Oh, yeah, for better first remove the mag. Yeah, the weapon mechanics are so wonderfully realistic. I don't think that we can use this mag on that one here, can we? Nope. Yeah, I never went into this mission thing that you have. Okay, sorry guys, let me be an asshole. I just don't want to be shot by somebody with this gun. Yeah, with the boat yesterday we went to that other oil rig. Oh, well, this one, which pretty much looks like a military base. And we found quite some good loot, and particularly these two guns. This one here, the G36 version adaptation, and the AK. And even with some mags and some ammo. So, in total, we are fairly well equipped. Beautiful view. Okay, a lock. Never need locks. By the way, let's take a look at the map. So is this already Portland that we see there? I wasn't aware that Portland has so many skyscrapers. I thought Portland was more, yeah, flat actually. Let's check the direction. That surprises me a bit. And we are looking west, a little bit more southerly, east, a little bit more southerly than east. Yeah, must be Portland, okay. Let's get up there and check. Yeah, we have to search the whole rig thoroughly, because the last time I was here I found this device which you could use to detect some underwater something, and yeah, I went searching it. I just didn't have the proper diving equipment then, so I found where it was. The problem was that after each restart of the server every few hours, the position shifted. Can we get up here? Nope, obviously not. Ah, okay, interesting. Just don't make any mistakes. They are deadly at great heights. Wow. There you see how realistic the graphics actually is and how deep the game drags me into its immersion. Because, yeah, in real life I am afraid of heights, and also in the game this gives me the creeps. And here I am. Let's not fall down there. There is no possibility here to craft splint. Oh God, I'm really scared by this. All these depths to fall in. Well, actually, somebody once mentioned you shouldn't be afraid of heights, but of depths. And that's true. Yeah, get up there. Is it worthwhile? I don't know. Oh no. Let's get down here. Just see if we find something. And here we can get down again. A lot of opportunities to drop yourself to death. Only thing that I feel is a bit unrealistic is that there is all that smoke coming out of the oil rigs. I mean, it's the apocalypse, so there should not be anything going on anymore. More boots, but I already got very good boots. Another gun. Which rounds? Yeah, okay, I even have a few of them. I think I did collect them. But well, come on. It doesn't even have rounds. Or a mag. Patrol pants. I prefer my hunter pants. My beautiful autumn hunter pants. I wonder if you could fill gas canisters at fuel stations. I never tried, actually. After playing that game all these years, I never even picked up fuel canisters. They're just too heavy, too bulky to carry them around. Yes. Yeah, Nico. A lot of details are perfect, yeah. And so maybe this is part of the eerie atmosphere. So wondering, why is the smoke still coming out? There might be some hidden secret behind that. A Mosin. I know, a carabine. Exactly one like that I already had, but I dropped it in favor of these guns. Let's get the ammo. Yeah, for the sake of completeness, let's check the roofs. Yeah, we are searching for something, so we have to really do a complete scan. Wow, I hate that feeling. Oh my god. That really gives me the creeps. Like in real life. I should have taken a splint with me. Ah, I must wring my cloths. I'm being pretty cold. Completely forgot that. Yeah, when you're cold, you are burning more food, I think. Server's restarting in 60 minutes. So we should be away from the rig. I think I read somewhere that you should not exit the game while on a rig, and you should not be on the rig when the server restarts. Don't know why. Maybe you would glitch through the surface and drown or something. Okay, there we are, back to normal. In terms of temperature. Now let's see and have some food. The canned spaghetti. And I'm gonna do the potato as well. Funny thing is that you always have to peel the potato. Before you can eat it. I think in the apocalypse, if I would have a raw potato, I really could well not peel it. and save the effort. But here we have a few more. So this gun, which caliber is it? .556 by 45, 545 by 39. Yeah. Yeah, they are relatively rare. That's the problem. Well, yeah, that's actually why I am usually pretty happy not having these super sophisticated guns, because it's so hard to get the ammo. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I mean, as far as I know, there is a lot of vitamins and healthy stuff in the peel, so it would be quite recommendable to actually eat it with peel. But on the other hand, I heard that it is not very healthy to eat a raw potato. So this is a bit weird. Then you have to, on the one hand, peel it, but on the other hand, you can eat it raw. Okay, they are badly damaged. A ski mask. Nice. A camo ski mask. I think I like that. And I think I do have the means to repair it. Well, it doesn't make much of a difference, but it looks cool and it has maybe a bit of an effect of improving my camo. Yeah. More ammo, badly damaged. And netting, I don't need. What is this? A navy uniform, their jacket. Best insulation. Maybe it's a little bit too warm. And what about carrying capacity? Okay, it has 4 slots less than my tactical shirt, so I'm gonna keep the tactical shirt, definitely. Easy decision then. What do we have here? Shotgun shells, well. So let me drop this and keep the boxed ones. It gives them a bit of protection, but I don't want to accumulate too much. I'm already carrying far too much stuff. Sooner or later I'm gonna have to make up my mind and drop some of the ammo. Okay, there is the respective shotgun. 45 patrol pants with ammo in it. That's suspicious. That pretty much looks like Somebody has been dropping it here. Yeah, I don't need 45 rounds at the moment. By the way, on the last oil rig that I visited, this military base oil rig, I found a night vision. Now I'm just missing the proper helmet to mount it on. Now I'm not going to take these rounds. Boots again. I think everybody from the shore could see that I am running here on the oil rig. Some more rounds. These are pristine. It doesn't make much sense to collect them. Badly, okay, they are badly damaged, but I need them. That's a nice gun, but without mag, but maybe this barrack sights might well fit onto this one here. Yeah, come on. So the problem is we need the battery, and yeah, we do have a battery, but the battery will be empty until we actually run into enemies. So at that point I think I will keep it, but first go without it. Oh, a pity, no rounds. Bolt action sniper rifle, fed from a detachable magazine. Nice stuff that you find here. Okay, it has an integrated optics. The underwater beacon tracker. So, by the way, I have to be AFK for 1.5 minutes. So if you would please take care for my character. Be back in a minute. Yeah, the underwater beacon tracker, that was what we were looking for here on the oil rig. So where is it? Where did I put it? No. Come on, where did I put it? Ah, okay, it's there. And it needs a battery. If we have a battery, but only one. And matches. I'm playing this now since something like 3 days in game time. And this is actually my 3rd or 4th stream with this live. And all the time, this is the first time that I found matches. Oh yeah, let's check. I wonder if it's worth a while to check the ship. Yeah, this is always a bit of a pain in the ass. There are so many rooms. Come on, let's assume that this is useless. I am carrying too much shit. I have to drop some stuff. Let's see. So I'm not gonna have such a gun. At the moment I don't have 3, 5, 4. I'm just having this one here with 9mm, the pistol. So let's drop these. And what about the 7.62 by 54? Also not carrying any gun that this is useful for, and they're badly damaged. The 9mm rounds, they are important. I also don't have a gun for these rounds. Let's drop that one. The hunting scope. I don't need the hunting scope anymore. I do have a wonderful scope on the AK. And the hunting scope is not compatible to this gun anyway. So let's drop the hunting scope. By now I have 3 spark plugs, okay. Come on, drop them as well, they're damaged, and just keep these ones. And do I really want to keep this? It's silenced, so that's always a good point to have a silenced gun, but it's in bad condition. Come on, let's drop it, and let's also drop the rounds. What about this one? It's not compatible to our guns, so let's drop it just as well. Wonder what happens if I put a battery in that one. Let's try. Okay, it's illuminated then. Pretty good for darkness. But at daylight it's fine like that. Alright, so that gave me a bit of stamina back. Right. Yeah, to hide the container. Of course, being AFK is always so risky in the game. I wonder if it's worthwhile to check the cranes. What do we have there? Probably just some cloth thing, cargo pants. Do I need rags at the moment? Nope. But, I mean, but I also wanted to check there. Just want to be sure that I don't miss any good loot. Yeah, I didn't check the time, so we should have an eye on this report, this message, server message, that the server's gonna restart. I don't want to be on this rig when the server does restart. I really wonder if it's worthwhile to go all that way up. Check them. Obviously not. So we have the standard CMAG. I don't have a spare mag for that one, but nevertheless good to have spare ammo. A stagger armband, come on. What should that be good for? Nope. I'm not gonna climb the rig. Yeah, there is still, I think, a part that I didn't yet check. Hey, come on. Can I put that on? So what's the key combination to use that bayonet? Combat, fire mode, heavy attack modifier, firearm melee would be F, okay. Oh. Okay. All right. So why not? Purple slugs. Blowtorch. Nothing that I need. And a few shotgun rounds, which I also don't need. This whole rig is so amazing. Just check up there if there is something that we missed. Oh. Wow, a diving suit. Well, so this is one of these things in the game. So how should I carry that diving suit with me? I could actually put it into my backpack, but then I would have to drop a lot of stuff. Oh, come on. And it's without a bottle. So we would still need a bottle. So this is a hard decision to leave the diving suit behind, because I might later on need it. Okay, that would be the diving suit. Great. Well, we just can't pick it up. Yeah, we could take it to the hands. Okay, this is a slight inconsistency. To climb with that suit in the hands. Pickaxe up there. Yeah, it's getting evening. Yeah, if I only could hide away the diving suit somewhere. For that you would need a shovel and a chest or something. I don't know. Do you think that there would be also a bottle, oxygen bottle, somewhere? And I just didn't find it yet. Still, there is this compressor. What if I drop the suit here? I don't know how persistent it would be. hope. Where is the ladder? So at least from here I can tell that there is nothing lying on top of that tank, and also not on top of that one. Let's just get up and see. From that elevated point of view, maybe we get some other hint. There might be some more hidden treasures somewhere on the roof. Well, we could even use our scoped gun. I did check that one already. Nothing there. Anything on the ship's deck? That's just a gas bottle for a cooker or a lamp. I'm gonna have to check it. I just have to. How far up do we get there? I have to check. And I can't see from here if there is some loot up there. Yeah, so let's go for the rig. Wow, that looks so amazing. I don't know if there is something there worthwhile to check. Would be quite a jump. Don't know if I dare to do that. And from there I would never come back up onto the rig. I could just jump down to the water and hope that it wouldn't harm me. Wow. All these depths. Now that I pass along here, why not checking that one? Just to be sure that we don't miss anything. And as long as we have a bit of daylight. So the nighttime we could well use to swim back. So now how do we enter the ladder? Oh God. Oh God, it just ends there in the middle of nowhere. That pretty much looks like that you just can't get up there. You just can't. Oh. Oh God. Come on, my stamina is not sufficient to climb on top of that one. I have to drop gear. I have to drop more gear. What about the Baraka sides? Yeah. I would prefer some iron sides. Damaged, pristine, pristine. So let's drop that damaged one. Let's drop them. Let's drop them badly damaged ones. I don't have the proper gun, so drop this one. Ah, yes, come on. The grenades. Okay, I can't climb it again. Okay, there is some structure down there, but how do you get there? Well, I could jump down from there. Looks pretty much like I can't get there in a controlled way. Via a ladder, I mean. And it's getting dark. That's quick. Oh, is it a red one? Right. Better than nothing. So I'm gonna jump down there now and finally into the water. And from there it's no returning back up here, I guess. Oh no. Wow, that gives me the creeps. I can climb back. Yes. Oh, ship the boop. And here I am. Looks like it's an old deck. So there is really just nothing here. Now let's see. Well, now we have to jump into the nowhere. Maybe I better jump there to make sure that I drop into the water and not onto something. Oh my god. Well, the highest jump that I ever took was from the, how do you call it in English? When you go swimming, you have this 10 meters board, 10 Meter Brett. Okay guys, shall we give it a dive? Let's turn off that torch. And yeah, we are leaving behind. We are now leaving behind the diving suit, but we just can't have it. How beautiful the moon is being reflected on the water. Everything looks so peaceful in this deadly apocalypse. Alright guys, a giant leap for me, a small leap for mankind. There we go. And okay, we are still alive. So let's give it a swim. I could well imagine that we get a server restart any minute. There is no notification at the moment. Yeah, server is restarting in 2 minutes. Let's see what's gonna happen to us when the server restarts while we're swimming. Never had that before, so we will see. Yeah, you can always learn new things in DayZ. Okay, and that's the shores that we are going to go for. Yeah, we are swimming right underneath the bows of that ship. Okay, so I'll be back in something like 2 or 3 minutes. And then let's see. I don't know if any one of you has experience with restarts while swimming. I never had that. Yeah, let's see. Let's hope that we do it. Alright, back again. So it took me a few minutes longer because I had a little snack. Yeah, the server is not overly crowded, so it's uncritical. If you're on a full server and you have the restart, you really have to be fast so that you don't end up at the very end of the queue. Let me briefly check the status of the server. Yeah, it's 1:30 at night. That makes sense. That was when the restart occurred. Let's play. And see what happens if you have a server restart while you're swimming. Here we are. Wow, beautiful. The moon sinking behind the island. Yeah, we still have a factor of 3 time acceleration on that server, and at night time gets extra accelerated. So the whole nighttime, I checked it, it's less than 15 minutes. It looks like you can swim fast even when your stamina is used up. Yeah, that's the problem. So if you really want to do the missions and do that kind of storyline that evolves, you have to be in a group. I mean, if now you would team up with 2 other guys, then one could actually pick up the diving suit, and his stuff could be distributed amongst the other team members. But do it all alone is hard. Yeah, we need to get back to civilization. Well, if you could call it like that in the apocalypse, but what I mean is formerly populated areas where we find some food and drink. We are still white, and we still have a bottle of water and a can of dog meat or something. But that's it. Yeah, they're almost there. Here we are. Oil rig in complete darkness. Can we see the compass in the darkness? So this is north. The rig is northeast. You can't even properly read the map in the darkness, but that's just realistic, isn't it? Now the question is where to go next. So this is almost due south. Look at the map again. Good thing that the headlight seems to be waterproof. Okay, now we had the first light of the day, still coming in pretty fast, time accelerated. I should have been better going to that island there. It was not this much of a good idea. Look how beautiful this looks in the sunrise. Yeah, I better should have swum to that other island. Now we are moving away from the mainland, but well, always also an opportunity to discover new regions. So this is actually where I want to go. Let's get an estimate from the map where it would be most favorable to. Yeah, let's go. Let's give it another swim here. Sorry, I got briefly distracted. And let's give it another swim here. Oh, I have the map in my hands. The map is relatively important at the moment. I often play without a map, and I usually never use an external map if I don't find it in the game. So I usually do navigate more by gut feeling. But what we are doing right here, yeah, for this the map is pretty helpful. So if I am right, this is also just a smaller island and we will have to give it another swim after, well, my plan, walk over there to that end of this smaller island and then give it a swim and get to the next larger island. We could even see the ground down there. It's relatively shallow. Yeah, that was a short stretch, shorter than our swim from the oil rig. And see how beautiful the sun is coming up in the east. So now we are, I just can't point it with the cursor, but there is the oil rig, the most northern oil rig, and then there is this other oil rig, which is southwest of that most northern oil rig. And if you draw a line between these two, there is this L-shaped island in between, and that's where we are. And so one more swim for this next larger island. Let's see what we have there. There is building. Oh yes, these are these buildings that I was talking about, which look pretty much North African and completely don't fit in this northern hemisphere vegetation and atmosphere that we have. So I have no idea why John McLean decided to use these buildings here. For me, this is a bit of an immersion breaker. Canned crab. It's crab, so let's have it. We do need the food. We're still white, but we can have a little bit of food to get, and also water to get both hydration and nutrition back to full. And yeah, let's have the dog food as well, as long as our stomach can take it. Better we carry it in our belly than in our backpack. Okay, but don't overdo it, or or you would have to vomit, and all that beautiful food would be wasted. So the sun easily helps us now to find our bearing. Could you get onto the roof of that one? No. And this is just a very short stretch of swimming. Let's see if there is maybe even some kind of ford where we can go without swimming. No, obviously not. On one of these islands there was also a castle, but I don't quite recall. It might have been that one there. Let's briefly check if there is anything of interest on that southern part of the island. How beautiful! I love the countryside, the nature, the vegetation, the sun, the stars, the moon. It's so beautifully done in this game. Is this the cliffs of Helgoland? Not sure. Well, okay, that looks like a castle, but I thought that this castle was not right close to the shore. But yeah, probably this is the castle that I had been talking about. So let's give it one more swim. Okay, we can even see our shadow down there on the sea ground. On first glimpse, I thought that this might be a zodiac, but it is not. Oh, a submarine. Come on. I want to investigate that one. We're gonna have another swim. saw this for the very first time. Also, I never saw any streamer or YouTube video showing that there is a submarine. I wonder whether it's stationary or if it moves, or maybe it spawns after each restart at different points. It can't be that far away. That's an amazing discovery. An old Second World War submarine with this Stag brand name on it. Yeah, I think that the aim of these missions that you can follow on this server, on this map, is to find out what weird things, what sick things this company called Stag was plotting on Deer Isle. We already found that document about secrecy with the hint that you can find pass key cards to enter some underground area. A secret research site of the Stag company. Well, it's further away than I thought. That's really eerie. I'm not sure if it has been there when I was here earlier. Something like a few months ago. I was pretty busy around this area. Even past, probably also around this area here by boats. And I think I should have recognized it. So three possibilities. One is that I just didn't recognize it back then and that it was already there. Second possibility, that John McLean has implemented it into the map since then. And third possibility would be that it is not always there. What is it, a Type 7? So guys, who's in the stream from our good old U-boat band? See that? Yeah, that's really a decent swim that I had to take to get there, but the effort is worthwhile, even if there is just nothing. It's worthwhile to investigate. Haha, I wish weight loss would be watching this. Stag Industries. I'm really curious. I don't dare to hope that we might be able to enter it. And there we are. Okay, there is stuff. What is this? Claymore. Wow, a mine. A claymore mine. Cobra sights. Not the best condition. But it's not for the guns. Heat pack. Well, why not? A landmine. Oh shit. It's probably... It's armed, isn't it? I can't pick it up. An ATOG scope. I would bet that I could put it on this one. Okay, and this one seems to work without. Nice, seems to work without battery. Piece of paper. Yeah, I don't think that we can enter it. What's that? Drum magazine. I don't want them anyway. PSO scope. This one is in good shape, but I think it doesn't work for any of my guns. Yeah, I wish the ATOG would be in better shape like that. It's not of much use actually. If I found an electric repair kit I could repair it, but this one is fine. This one is just fine. So what's the matter with this one? It's kind of non-existing, kind of a ghost. Ooh. Bit buggy. Yeah, you probably can't climb up there, can you? But again, I'm carrying too much. M14. AK stock adapter. Route 308. Wow. Karambit knife. What is this? And multivitamin pills. The Cobra side, which I can't use. That's it. So this is where I came from. And what if I would... Yeah, come on. Then. Let's take another look at the map. Yes, it's a submarine, exactly. So, so you are the first one to recognize. I was all the time waiting for weight loss to give a comment. But we can't enter it. But there was pretty good loot. So I think this is already the mainland over there. Let's just confirm it by compass direction. So this is pretty due east. And well, where are we? Oops. We are... Yeah, actually there is, to the top left, there is this diver. And there is the bubbles coming out of the head of the diver. And these bubbles, the island that they hit, this is, I think, this island there. So we did a considerable swim from up there, from the L-shaped island to the southeast. So I think we are already halfway to that island on the bubbles. And so if we swim there, we just have one small further swim and we are, well, not quite back to the mainland, but at least one step closer. And then we can go all that island, along that island to the south and give it another swim and be back on the mainland finally. Or we are lucky and we find a zodiac on the way. So let's give it a swim. Okay, it's a bug. Yeah, I didn't pick up the claymore. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't pick anything up. It's interesting to see that you have this good loot there. But we are already fine with our weapons. There it is. It's a Type 7, isn't it? What a pity that no other guy from our U-boat community is watching at the moment. Yeah, but what I got actually is this vitamin pills. So let's have one. When you're freezing, take a vitamin pill and it prevents you from getting a cold. There is something, a bunker or something? Or one of these North African buildings, maybe. Yeah, I love this. Even the seabed is simulated properly between the islands. Yeah, now we only have a bit of water left. So we really have to care for getting some food now. I think on the islands you don't run into any deer. Only the mainland has plenty of deer. As the name suggests. But not these smaller islands. I still don't have a fishing hook, but the question is, on some servers you can craft fishing hooks also from wood and not only from bones. We're gonna check how it is on this server. Whether maybe we can craft fishing hooks from sticks. Some more vitamin tablets, alright. And there is the submarine. From here it looks like it's right behind that island. Badly damaged gloves. My gloves are still pristine, unbelievable. So now let's see that we get our gear dry, or at least as dry as we can get it by rigging. Yeah, we grew a beard. A beard? Not quite sure how to pronounce it correctly. To grow a beard or to grow a beard? Maybe it depends on where you're from. Yeah, nice. The ground being so sandy. This is how it could look like. There is just nothing on this island. So let's stick to the beach at least to see, or, well, to make sure that we don't run across any rubber raft. So we could have swum to this island here right away from, or well, to that one there, probably, more probably. It's closer, but if we would have done that, we would have never discovered that submarine. By the way, let's have a drink. Yeah, we have these disinfectant pills, which means we don't need a well, we just need any fresh water, like a little pond or a lake or a river, and we can take the water and purify it with these pills that we have. Usually you get sick when you drink out of lakes or rivers. So the only question that remains is, where do we find a river or a pond? I think they're pretty rare here in the north of the DRI map, also on the mainland. The map once more. Okay, maybe this is this connection. Not quite sure if it is. But to go east couldn't be wrong. Let's see if we can do it without getting wet feet. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, let's go and check these villages or whatever it is. But it's a stout walk to get there. stout walk passing by beautiful countryside. There is a building there, isn't it? This looks so peaceful. And the vegetation is so very close to the area that I live, or areas in Northern Europe where I loved to spend my holidays hiking. And so it's so very fascinating. And for this survival apocalypse scenario, it becomes even more immersive for me, as it pretty much looks like places that I know. This is why I am a bit afraid of the new map that's being announced officially for DayZ, because this is a very exotic Middle East area, as it looks like, and I don't think that I will get as immersed into that as I get here, because here I always have this feeling that it could just be my home area, or at least that those areas which are pretty familiar to me from hiking holidays. And to play on maps which have completely different vegetation and geographical features than those I am used to would really reduce my immersion. I think this apocalypse setting is the most fascinating when it's taking place in your well-accustomed, well-known surroundings. That's what I think. What do we get there? Netting, okay. Nice, but I don't need it. This looks pretty unfamiliar. Might well be that I have never checked that village before, but well, we will see. Maybe I remember. Maybe I was here once, but it doesn't ring a bell. Let's hope that we find some more food around here. Oh, okay, this is also great. Another Zoom kit. By the way, is there anything of my equipment that needs patching up? Everything looks pretty alright. So, in the next hut, please, some food and drink. Or food and drink. Can get onto the roof. But nothing. Now there is doors. A long time these buildings didn't have any doors, I think. Wasn't it like that? At the moment, I am perfectly fine with my equipment. I don't need equipment, dear game. I need food. I really wonder how anybody could get the idea to put these North African type of buildings into this Northern European, Northern American countryside. So at least since a very long time we are encountering a zombie again. So here, please taste my brass knuckles. A lot of useless stuff spawning here. Oh, I'm getting warm. I'm not yet losing health due to overheating, but that might happen. Oh, great. Shoes. I mean, they're nicely modeled, these buildings, but they just don't fit into the countryside. Walking boots worn and disinfectant spray. Well, I still have some iodine tincture, that's fine, and I'm gonna keep that. Come on. Do I have to get to the roof each time to see that? Yeah, okay. To see that no loot has been spawning there. Oh. Okay, military. So if I might get ambushed by loads of military zombies, I could retreat towards the top of that one. Zombies just can't climb ladders. Okay, there is gear. Or nope. possible that the place was looted before, not too long ago, and that this is the reason why there are no zombies. And actually no loot. Military tents, and the best that you find is a bomber jacket in bad condition. I don't quite know, maybe you are using more hydration, more water when you're hot. Maybe we should get to the beach and... Oh. Okay, so there is purple haze. Signal smoke. It's so obvious, it must attract other players. Oh, nice. Can of sardines. Let's open it with the combat knife. Luckily we have that one. And luckily we didn't drop too much, giving us a bit of nutrition and also a little bit of hydration back. Okay, guy. Come here. 1, 2, 3. There is clothing, not pretty decent clothing. And what I need is food. Wow, cool. Two. Okay, can't climb up there. Okay, we're gonna give it a swim again. Let's just hope that meanwhile there's nobody coming in with the boat. I'm really curious what we have there on that island. Yeah, the smoke is a bit weird, seen from underwater. Yeah, it's further away than I thought, like usual. And I don't see anything there. Yeah, maybe I should have used the scope of my gun to figure out from the distance what that is, or what that might be. Is it an airdrop? Are the airdrops marked like that? So if it is, I hope that it's more an airdrop about food than about weapons or equipment. What I need now is resupplying food and drink. This is what I definitely didn't get in these little villages that I just was going through. Looks like there is nothing but a endlessly running smoke grenade. Don't see a box or something there. Anybody on the shore? Not to be seen. Ah, there is this castle. Or at least, let me say, one castle. There is nothing but the smoke, come on. It pretty much looks like that. So I let myself completely being fooled. Come on. What the fuck? way, that can't be. That can't be true. Did the player place this? No. Or does it mean that in short there will be an airdrop exactly here? So I have eyes on 1, 2, 3 oil rigs. One oil rig due south. I am pretty lost. Come on, this is weird. So one in the north, northeast, northwest, south. Alright, so I must be somewhere to the left of the hand of the diver pictogram on the map. Yeah, kind of makes sense, and I should swim then back to the west. North, east. Yeah, so let's get over there. Another swim. So this swim here was completely useless. Okay, so the smoke is gone. No, it's still there, alright. Really nothing on that island, just this smoke. Purple haze all in my brain. Hey, come on. So that did mark the dropping position in advance. I wonder what happens if this would fall on my head. So looks like they're very precise in dropping that cargo. Well, to be honest, it's not quite realistic that they would, in advance, be able to say that they would hit this little island. All right. Wow. Pristine tactical gloves, medium insulation. Some food, very nice. CR. Field backpack. Which one do I have? The field backpack. Combat knife. My combat knife is worn. This one is pristine. So let's switch it. Hey, this looks like there is no possibility to put any attachment on that. A boat ticket. Whatever that is. There is a rail. Let's see what we can do. Here we have the PSO scope. So let's leave this one behind. That's pretty risky what I'm doing here. Maybe I shouldn't overdo it. But what about the suppressor? Could I also put it onto that gun? Yes, I could. All right, that's it. go. Now we do have a decent marksman rifle. And that, yeah, submachine gun and assault rifle mix. Assault carbine, something like that. So all the swimming was not in vain. Long time that I didn't catch an airdrop. Yeah, maybe I should return a bit further back south to more civilized regions, or go north. Yeah, there is this northwestern town, and I think I'm gonna go there now. But first I have to get to the mainland, and if I remember right from the map, this one there is not yet the mainland. So that would be cool if now somebody would be waiting on the shore in the hiding. Just shoot me down when I get out of the water to get the loot without having to wet his feet by himself. Right. Let's see that we get fairly dry. I quite like my Enduro helmet. I found it quite in the beginning of the game already, so I'm wearing it since all this time. And yeah. Okay. This didn't get wet. All right. A wrench. North. Oh shit. Am I getting confused again about the direction? So if this is north, oh yeah, I would actually want to go east, right? Yeah. So I went west, but I need to go east. Well, let's check the ruin now that we are here, and then I think I have to do a very large stretch of swimming. Would be just too cool if I found a boat. Hunter pants, okay, in white. With the best insulation, of course. The last time I was here, I was pretty nervous because I had a guy on my heels. Wow. I'm getting too warm again. Should have brought my clothings. No, I thought there was something. Oh, nice. I can well use the rounds. Ah, no. Just the wrong ones. let's have the peanut butter. Let's finish checking this castle and then we are gonna turn westward. Oh, a sharpening stone. This is a good piece of equipment. Fishing hooks attached? Nope. So this is south. And we would have to go there, yeah. Southeast from here. Yeah, I really want to get back to the mainland. What's that? And it would be great to just get into some What is this? Sooner or later it's gonna get dark down here. Huh. Anti-jacket, high insulation, but it's damaged. Come on, let's repair it. We can afford it. We have sufficient doing, kids. My favorite gear. Let's just get wet. Should be completely dark down here. Okay, that was interesting, but the loot wasn't quite worth the while. A knife, hunting knife, combat knife. I don't know. Let's keep the hunting knife. A Mosin again. Alright, very good. So these rounds work for my marksman rifle. Oh, come on. For the marksman rifle it would be great to have a rangefinder, but I just can't carry all that stuff. And what was that noise up there? Let's gather a long stick and see if we can craft a fishing hook out of that. On some servers you can, on vanilla servers you can't. Short stick, oh yeah, with a knife. Nice, I can craft improvised hooks, very good. How many do I get? 2, alright. Yeah, I want to get rid of stuff that I don't need. The guns are just so heavy. That's the problem, particularly this one. Two heavy guns. Not good. Maybe I should switch to the Mosin. Maybe I don't need that highly sophisticated marksman rifle. A bolt. if I switch. Five kilogram, it doesn't make a difference. It just doesn't make a difference. And this one is also 5 kilogram. Okay, nice gun. And what is this? Hunter pants. Low insulation. Well, maybe it's quite okay to add that highly insulating stuff because I'm wet all the time anyway. We could do some fishing, but what probably is going to become more urgent sooner or later is getting something to drink. Oh, nice. With the marksman rifle. Wow. Do I need bones? By the way, allow me this little bit of cheating and check the server. Yeah, the server is not too populated. 20% full, something like that. Condition of our shoes. Oh, they are damaged meanwhile. So good that I do have the leather sewing kit. Okay, this is the place where I would like to take a swim, but before doing that, maybe I would like to do a little bit of barbecuing. Not quite sure if there was any building on this island where I could use a stove. What's that? Okay, I don't doubt that there is a decent fireplace in this building, but let's check it. Nope, there is not. Ah, come on, where do we get downstairs? cooking stand. Wouldn't have expected that here. A hunter backpack. My favorite one, but right now it's damaged and I'm carrying too much stuff. Hey, come on. It's all only firewood. Where do I get sticks? I need sticks. Need a stick for barbecuing. Yeah, alright. Probably I don't have any dry matches. I do have dry matches, nice. Let's do a little bit of a barbecue. And now, fingers crossed that there is no other guys passing by. It's giving us a bad surprise. That takes ages. I wish I would have found a hut with a stove. That would be much more comfortable. Ah, I'm getting the second plus symbol by now. Although temperature is not my issue at the moment, at least not low temperature. Question is how long I can afford to be here. Without any evil Knievels approaching and giving me a headshot from the hiding. The two guns and the pistol. That's just too much. But I like to have that one long range gun, one middle range, assault rifle and the pistol for close quarters. That makes perfect sense in principle. Yeah, of course it's a bit risky because this area could already be swarming with other people because they were attracted by this smoke and the supply drop, the airdrop, and in particular guys who just came from the airdrop. They have pretty good guns and then see me here having the smoke going up. So they would be in the perfect condition to assault me. Yeah, let's finish it after this one. Let's go. Hey, okay, that's weird. The smoke is almost invisible. Don't see any smoke. Yeah, when I was a child, usually the adults told that you shouldn't eat before swimming. There we are, charcoal tablets. I first thought it might be antibiotics. So where do we have the shortest swimming distance? At least there we can walk up that, how do you call it? The Steg in German, it's Steg. The pier. Would you call that a pier? I don't think so. there we go for the next stretch of swimming. So that should cool me down decently. There is a zombie on the shore. A little bit to the right. Yeah, if I would just find some fresh water. Of course, this food also gives a little bit of hydration back, but not so much as that you can live on it. I was so sure, is this a zombie? Or is it just a bush? Yes, there is a zombie. So, come. 1, 2. Wow. My stamina is really down by now. That's not good. I have to do something about that, but yeah. Find another place to do a little bit of barbecuing. Now I am also carrying all that food with me from the sheep that I shot. Yeah, I shot the sheep on 20 meters with my marksman rifle. So I was lucky that it didn't just explode. Nothing. Usually you always find something on the hunting stands. That's pretty suspicious if there is just nothing. Might be recently looted. Still have this African style buildings here. I think so. Oh yeah. Hey, I had been here and I just went to the wrong direction. That was pretty stupid. I had that before, that I got lost in this area here. So I want to go there. Let's keep away from that village. One zombie. Would it stop me? I think it will spot me. Yes, there he comes. Yeah, next time it would be great if I wouldn't have to barbecue on an open fire, but if I would find some house with a stove. But these North African clay buildings that we have around here, I think all of them, they never have a stove. Yeah, when we find a boat next time, then we could actually start using this underwater beacon tracker that we found. But for that we definitely need a boat, and I think in principle we would also need some diving equipment. What is this? Okay, a CR mag. The CR is a good gun. But I do have my marksman rifle, the VSD, which is also pretty good, I think. 2 pristine guns. And this one is even equipped with a silencer. I shouldn't forget about that fact. Okay, welcome mainland. Since a few days, this is the first time that I have sight on the mainland shores right away. Now, let's see if there is... Oh, come on. That's just an enormous stretch to swim. Where are we now? Yeah, we should go to the very southern tip of that island. This would be the shortest stretch to swim, but still a long way. So let's go there. Let's hope that there are a few small islands that we don't see on the map, which help us to cross that stretch. Oh, come on. That's pretty far. How did I ever manage to cross that? Did I find the boat? And then... Yeah, I don't quite remember where I did find the boat, actually. Yeah, I think I got here finally by the boat. found that rubber raft, the Zodiac. I don't think that we get much closer. Or maybe over there. What does the map tell us? The problem is the map doesn't tell us much, because there is, on the map there is this marking which actually covers what is there. But I think the further south we get, the closer we get. So let's go to the very southern tip of the island. For the swim. But maybe I would like to stop here. Now we had a nice long stream, quite some adventure, I would say, and we found a submarine. And yeah, so we're still alive, we are well fed again, and so we are succeeding in survival, and we actually did find this underwater beacon tracker. We don't have a boat at the moment, but maybe later in continuing streams we might find a boat. So thank you guys for joining, and I'm definitely gonna stream tonight, doing my late night stream. Maybe I'm gonna start a little bit earlier, let's see, maybe at 10. I'm gonna start with, yeah, and then I'm gonna do a U-boat. It's Thursday night then, and Thursday night it's U-boat time. So thanks for joining. Looking forward to see you again. Bye bye, guys.